Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, straight game TV, gavel to gavel coverage of the Diddy trial. We back. Uh, Brendan Paul is on the stand right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we're not gonna waste your time. We're gonna get right into it. Um, yeah, let's go. Let's go. The judge, the government may call on its next witness, AUSA. First, Ms. Garagos and I will introduce some exhibits. Combs, Garagos, all under seal except one. Judge admitted. AUSA, Smizer. The government calls Brendan Paul. Brendan Paul, do you recognize this person? The tuxedo shown. Brendan Paul, Sean Combs, I worked for him until I was arrested at the Florida airport for possession of cocaine in my personal assistant bag. AUSA, why was it there? I was sweeping, he said, I was sweeping Mr. Combs' room, if you will. He said he was sweeping Diddy's room, so that's why he said he had the cocaine. It wasn't for him. He didn't get it. It was for Diddy. He was sweeping the room, ladies and gentlemen. So he's confessed so far that the drugs wasn't for him. When they found it on him, he was sweeping Diddy's room. This is the story that he's telling. We don't know what he was doing. We don't know who he had it for. This is the story that he's telling so far, y'all. So, be that as it may, um, yeah, that's what's going on today. Let's go. Two minutes ago, AUSA, how many assistants did Mr. Combs have? Brendan Paul. At first 5, then 4, then 2. Given my college basketball background, I helped with Mr. Combs' workouts. Uh, prosecutors, who is this? Paul Jonathan Perez. Uh, prosecutors, and this, uh, Paul Frank Butler Frank Rodriguez, if you will. Prosecution, what did Mr. Combs' butler do? Brendan Paul, stand next to Puff, giving him water, chapstick, whatever he needed. Prosecutors, did you have group chats with KK? Paul, yes. Prosecutors, turn to the binder and flip through it. They're wasting no time today, ladies and gentlemen, no time. As we can see, welcome back to everybody. Welcome back. Kiana Carver, Poe the Great, Mo Better, Peter Trotter, AJ Parker, who else? MP, WTF, universal ask, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. We're back in the building. Let's go. You can see here we are. Brendan Paul, the guy who got caught with the drugs in the Florida airport. They were about to take off for Diddy's twin daughter's birthday celebration. They tried to make it look like Diddy was about to run somewhere. So far, he's testified that he got arrested with cocaine in his duffel bag. He basically saying it wasn't for him. It was he had swept Diddy's room, a hotel room, if you will. This is why he said he had the drugs on him. So right now they have him flipping through some kind of binder, if you will. They said they were gonna. They said that they were gonna kind of start late, but I guess they starting on time today. So, which is always a good thing. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, he's digging through some kind of binder. I guess they're trying to find some kind of evidence or pictures or whatever have you. I totally acknowledge that if Diddy wasn't in a relationship with Jane, he had no obligation to pay her rent. For whatever reason, he's still paying her rent. I find it ironic that, and like you can tell the guy, Brendan Paul, was coach. The first thing he said when they asked him, he said, yeah, he basically explained that he was the guy that was arrested in Florida at the airport. In his bag, he had possession of cocaine, and basically said where he get the drugs from. He said he was ordered to sweep Diddy's room, to sweep his room. We don't know how much cocaine that he had on him when they found it. And that he was ordered to sweep his room, and that's what he had in his bag. They were about to get on a private plane. Sounds a little bit more suspicious to me than anything, but Like I said, this is Brendan Paul's story. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on. Let's go. Prosecution. Who is this? Brendan Paul. Fahim. And we called him Fafa. Prosecution. What was your salary? Paul. Started at $75,000 a year, then $100,000. I got paid bi-weekly by Combs Enterprises. Prosecution. Where did you live? Paul. In Airbnb in LA and Miami. So Diddy paid pretty handsomely though. He wasn't no cheap guy. Like I said, he paid, 75,000, 100,000 a year. You know what I mean? Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Prosecutors. Where did KK stay? Brendan Paul in LA, an apartment 4 minutes from 200 Mapleton, in Miami in Two-Star Island. Prosecutors. Did you accompany Mr. Combs to paid club appearances? Paul. Yes. He would ask for $150,000 and they'd have to sell things for him. Yeah, you could tell he was coached because he's offering up more information than they're asking for. She just asked, did you accompany him to paid club appearances? And all he was supposed to say was yes, but he didn't just say yes. He offered up how much money Diddy was asking for and that they would have to sell things for him, if you will. So you can tell, yeah, he was coached. So he's giving way more information than they're asking for. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know we back on deck. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Keshana, Mo Better, Leticia, Tony Todd, Poe the Great, Classy in the building, Universal Ass, Rodney 3121, Kane, Cut Creatives. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning in. We appreciate you. Gavel to gavel so you don't have to guess. Prosecutors. What did you do to stay awake? Brendan Paul. Prescription Adderall and sometimes cocaine. Prosecution. What was your job? Paul. To make sure Mr. Combs was always happy. He'd say, I don't take no for an answer. He told us to move like the SEAL Team 6. Yeah, see, what I mean by he's been coached. He's given up these supposedly great details into what it was like to be with Mr. Combs. So he admitted also, before we understand this, yesterday, Brendan Paul was granted immunity. So he already has immunity. They did that yesterday, but they just didn't get a chance to get him on the stand yesterday. But Brendan Paul was actually granted immunity yesterday. So they gave him immunity, y'all. So he's he's testifying under immunity from the government. That's why you see all of this. He told us to move like SEAL Team 6 and all of these things and all of these other little things that he's added to the testimony that the prosecution's really not asking. What did you take, to stay awake? He said prescription Adderall and sometimes cocaine. Prosecution, what was your job, to make sure Mr. Combs was always happy, And then he's giving up. Well, he'd say, I don't take no for an answer. These are supposedly the direction of somebody who's running some kind of crime family or something like that, if you will. That's the only reason I could see why he would say stuff like that. He would say that Diddy said stuff like that. And then he might have said stuff like that. I don't know, but that wasn't the question. So, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Prosecutors, did Mr. Combs fire you? Brendan Paul, yes, for forgetting his Lululemon fanny pack when we went on a walk. He said, I don't want to see your face anymore. Tell KK you're fired. Prosecutors, what did you do? Bought a Lulu fanny pack. He said, I brought a Lululemon fanny pack. Get it in, laid low. This is crazy, man. So basically, what the prosecution, like I said, everybody wants to focus on the most salacious statements and things like that to make it their headlines, right? But what the prosecution is basically showing is that Brendan Paul, along with all the other assistants, had a job. They could be fired. This wasn't no racketeering and corrupt organization. When you run in a racketeering and corrupt organization, you can't fire nobody. They're part of the gang or the mob or all of these things. These were employees, man. And everything that they were doing were basically under the guise of them being an employee. I mean, at least that's how I see it. Like I said, I don't know, Once again, the personal use, the drug use, he was using drugs, Adderall and cocaine, and so on and so forth. Prosecutors, did you ever complain to HR, Brendan Paul? No, that wasn't a thing. Prosecution, why not? Paul, HR even forgot to pull my federal taxes my first 8 months. You just go to Mr. Combs. Prosecutors, did Mr. Combs use drugs? Paul, yes, ecstasy, cocaine, and more. See what I mean by him? See how? So now they asked him. You can see this like where the coaching goes on. They asked the question: did you ever complain to HR, Brendan Paul? No. The answer is no. That wasn't a thing, right? Prosecution. Why not? Because, well, HR, whatever. I don't think that the Human Resources Department forgot to pull my federal taxes, my first 8 months, right? You just go to Mr. Combs. You see information like that he's given up. All of that's been coached. They're not even asking those questions, and I'm sure the defense team is picking up on that. So, Prosecutors, what is in this photo of Brendan Paul? My hand with ecstasy and Tusi, pink cocaine. Prosecutors, why did you take the photo, Paul? To ask staff what to do with it after I found it. I was told to put it in his bag. Prosecutors, and did you buy marijuana for him? Paul, yes. I believe dude might have been he might have been there to set Diddy up. He taking pictures of drugs, talking about where do I put it? Where do I put this? Right. Like I said, that's so odd. Like I said, if you working the job and you taking a picture of drugs, talking about where to put it, and then you talking about a Lululemon fanny pack, I think that you would know where the drugs would go. You were the guy buying the drugs, right? And making sure that Mr. Combs was happy. That's what he testified to, right? He's taking a picture of the drugs, asking where does this go? As if that's some legal shit that you do and you take a picture of the drugs. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. And so I look at it like this. If it was some kind of organization, then he would already know where it go because everything would be so organized, right? So, yeah. Taking a picture of the drugs, talking about sending out photos and text messages, talking about, where does this go? As if it was a shirt or some socks or something, you know? That's crazy, right? Prosecutors. From whom? They're asking from whom would he buy marijuana, right? From whom? Brendan Paul. Philip Pines. Puff liked a sunset, a sherbet. Prosecutor. Who were the other drug dealers Mr. Combs used? Paul. One Stop, Guido, a baby girl, and I think it's spelled OEI. So he's telling on everybody. Prosecutors. Who's this? Guido. Funny smile on face and photo. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up button. If you have not subscribed to the channel yet, please do so. We appreciate you over here. Thank you for your time this morning. Yeah, he telling on everybody. This is what they do when they get caught, ladies and gentlemen. All the buddy upping and the homie and the partners and all of that. Yeah, this is what happens when the gauntlet come down and you find out who really on your side, you know, versus who was just there for the ride, right? Huh? Side note, ladies and gentlemen, deliberations could be within sight. U.S. District Judge Aaron Submaranian has ordered prosecutors and defense attorneys to begin preparation for deliberations, which could start next week. He wants the government to prepare a laptop with exhibits and for both sides to confer on potential redactions from the transcript of the testimonies juries want to hear again. The court recognizes that the parties will likely be unable to meet and confer on such redactions for the entire transcript. The judge wrote, however, the parties should do so for the witnesses that they believe the jury will most likely ask for. So during deliberations, like I said, they usually call back certain witnesses and things like that to get more testimony. We're going to see what happens with that, ladies and gentlemen, and what witnesses that they might have to call back during deliberations. So this is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution. Is this your chat with a baby girl? What is happening? Brendan Paul. Jonathan Perez is introducing me to baby girl. She'd ask me, is it for you or for Puff? I replied, Puff, but didn't tell anyone. But don't, she said, but tell anyone it's for me. Prosecution's why? Paul, Puff is high profile, so we use alias. So now, this is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. So basically, they're showing a text communication, if you will. Is this your chat with baby girl? Basically, what's happening is Brendan said that Jonathan Perez is introducing him to baby girl. I believe it's one of Diddy's other assistants. She'd ask me, is it for you or Puff? I replied, Puff, but tell anyone it's for me, right? And basically she says, why? Now, once again, we don't know if it's for Puff or if it's for him. He said he used Adderall and cocaine. We don't know what baby girl is selling, right? Puff is high profile, so we use alias. Okay. It's crazy, man. Just because somebody say something, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't mean it's true. So always remember that. I can understand the other side of it. Yeah, he high profile. So, well, evidently, baby girl didn't feel like it was, she was, what's her name? Like I said, they buying drugs for personal use. They not buying drugs for to be resold on the market again, right? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Prosecution. Did Mr. Combs use Cialis? Brendan Paul, yes. We put it in his nightstand. Now, what does that have to do with, whether he used Cialis, Viagra, or any other kind of erectile dysfunction medication. What does that have to do with this? I'm confused, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? This is like, did he use Cialis? Brendan Paul, yes. We put it in his nightstand. Prosecutors, your message to love, to love red phone, what does it mean? Puff, I call Puff love. His red phone was personal. The business phone was yellow. Prosecution, what did he text you? Paul, Zans. So he wanted to use Xanax. Wow. It's crazy, basically, side note, ladies and gentlemen, Paul said Combs' team seized upon his background as a college basketball player, having him work on food and workout planning for the music mogul. Paul played 2 seasons at the end of Syracuse Orange bench from 2018 to 2020. 2020. I'm sorry. Prosecution. How did you pay for drugs, Brendan Paul? Cash from the Gucci bag or security, usually a Fahim. Prosecution. In this text, what is flowers? Paul, marijuana. AUSA. Did you also call it tree? Paul, yes. Here Fahim tells me I'll go back. Paid once Duke comes on shift. So I don't know what that actually means, but I understand what trees mean. That's like a New York terminology. Another side note, ladies and gentlemen, basically, Brendan Paul said the job would be time consuming. Paul testified. He said he was told to get in, to get out, and forget about my personal life. The witness said he was told to break up with any girlfriend he might have and say goodbye to his family for this 24/7 job as Combs' assistant. He ended up working for the music mogul from late 2022 until March of last year. The former college basketball player started at a $75,000 salary and then topped up at $100,000 by January of last year. Prosecutors, did Mr. Combs have you take drugs? Here we go. Look, watch this, y'all. Watch this. Yes, to test his Tusi. Stop with it, man. Come on, man. Like he's a goddamn chemist. See what I mean? Once again, here comes the lack of accountability. Hey, man, I don't get high. I don't use drugs. You know what I mean? I'm happy to, assist you in anything that you need, but that's not what I do. I'm not here to, be no goddamn test dummy or nothing like that. Come on, man. He said he took Adderall and he took cocaine, right? So, we're led to believe that this guy here never did anything. He was just a goody two shoes up until the point that P. Diddy asked him, yes, to test his Tusi. Prosecutors, did you want to take it? Paul, I wanted to prove my loyalty. Huh? Y'all see that? Prosecutors, what were Wild King nights? Paul, Mr. Combs, and significant others, drugs and sex. Wow. Another side note, ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Paul recalls days without sleeping and using drugs. Paul testified that the longest he went without sleep working for Mr. Combs was 3 days with a few naps. I was young, so I was able to handle it. He explained, noted he'd take Adderall and a rare use of cocaine. He noted that prior to work for Mr. Combs, the only drug he consumed was smoking weed. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, nobody forced this guy to do drugs, right? You know what I mean? Here it is that, you would say the black guy got me to do it, you know what I mean? And, to prove my loyalty, I did it for him. And, it's simply not the case, man. He was with the, and like I said, once they got around all that money, they got around all that access, they got around, going to the parties with Diddy and hanging out and so on and so forth. Once they got around that, it's lights, camera, action. But I know damn well I wouldn't have used no drugs if I was working for him, if I never used drugs like that before. You know what I mean? Nobody could, and like I said, I seen an interview with the Bond guy who was Diddy's security. Like he said, when he said that Diddy said he gonna go up to 50 Cent and punch him in his face, right? He said that everybody else around Diddy was crash dummies. And it sounded like Brendan was a crash dummy. Prosecution, did Jane participate in Wild King nights? Brendan Paul, yes. Prosecutors, did Mr. Combs' other girlfriends participate in Wild King nights? Paul, not that I'm aware of. Prosecution, who called them Wild King nights? Paul, KK, I just say he's going, KK, I just said he's going to hotels. Prosecution, did Mr. Combs stop using hotels and move them to the residences? Brendan Paul, yes, after the Cassie lawsuit. Prosecution, what did you do? Paul, clean up after. Prosecution, what does this say? Paul, that Jane coming in, Brendan is setting it up, Wild King night probable. Right? Now, you know what's interesting about this? I believe he worked basically for almost 5 years in and around the time Cassie was gone. So he knows really nothing about Cassie. Cassie was gone. She was gone already from the situation, if you will. And so he really doesn't know anything about Cassie. He said he came in and around about 2020. Um, so that's very interesting when you think about the big picture from that perspective. Like I said, he can testify to whether Jane was there, whatever, whatever. But like I said, he was an assistant. This does not show any kind of RICO Act, ladies and gentlemen. They misled the media. They misled everybody with all of this stuff that they said that they had. Like I told you, they had Gina in the grand jury filing and all of that, and she didn't even testify. They used her to get a warrant to search Diddy's residences, and they didn't really find anything, ladies and gentlemen. As you see, they showed a little bit of some kind of freak off tape or whatever have you from that perspective, and that was it. So this whole thing was a nothing burger. And to ask whether he used Cialis or not, or whatever that was from that perspective, I don't even know how to even, you know what I mean? To explain that. I don't think, like, what did that have to do with, a RICO and corrupt organization case? Coercion, I already gave y'all that last night. Jane basically testified that she used the freak offs or sex or whatever her, what her and Diddy was participating in as leverage, to get him back off a vacation with Young Miami, knowing full and well when she got with him that he dated other women. So the money made her turn a blind eye up until a certain point. And then once she got in, she thought that she could sway him, to do what she wanted him to do from that perspective. And it worked. So she was doing more of the coercion than anybody, if you will. Or coercing, should I say. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the subscribe button if you have not subscribed to the channel. Share the video feed. Hit the share button. Share it on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, any other apparatus that you may have an account on. Very much appreciated. Hit the thumbs up button. We rocking this morning. What was that? Nancy Nicole. Appreciate you, Nancy Nicole. Appreciate that. Sometimes I may not see it right away because I'm trying to get the information, ladies and gentlemen. And what I do is I get the information and I filter it and then I bring it to you. So just so you know, I appreciate you, Nancy Nicole. Thanks again. Like he would know what, this is crazy, man. A prosecution. Where did you make the reservation, Brendan Paul? Nobu. Prosecution. Where was this Wild King night? Paul. James residence. I wrote running to Walmart for them. Prosecution. KK asks, Wild King. KK asks, Wild King mode active or Gucci bag active? What did you say? Brendan Paul. Between the two. So basically, and this is all of this stuff that we hearing right now, ladies and gentlemen, is conducted under your employment. Yo, I'm running to Walmart. I'm going to get him what he need. Whether it was drugs or whatever. This is why they're giving these people immunity. It was not for any kind of RICO. This was a personal. It's like somebody working for you. They going to get beer, even though beer is legal and alcohol is legal. We going to get 2 pints of Hennessy. We going to get some champagne, cups, and all of these other stuff that they just happen to be going to get sometimes whatever they needed for Diddy to do or be with his girl or woman or whatever, and whatever they was going to do on what they call Wild King nights, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a RICO case. Like I said, you heard Jane, what Jane said she did. Jane said probably if I would have fucked more, I would have been able to go on personal trips with you. Why you don't take me on trips like you take Young Miami and Gina and all of these other people and blah, blah, blah. She was jealous. She pulled out she said she used the freak off card. That was the first time I ever used that card, that I wouldn't do what he wanted me to do in the freak off if he didn't come back off a vacation with Young Miami. It worked. So that's coercion right there. If you don't do this, you don't get that. That's what you call coercion. They never showed us not one instance where Diddy said that to any of these people. If you didn't do that, I'm not going to do this. In fact, once again, as you can see, Diddy is still paying for Jane's rent right now. While he's sitting there and she testified against him, and he's sitting in jail. Crazy, man. But it's like, the prosecution would have you think, don't go by what you're seeing, just go by what we're saying. Never mind what you're seeing right now, because that don't matter, right? Just go by what we're saying. And like I said, the guy, Brendan Paul, would have no information on Cassie. He came a little bit later, y'all, so only thing he could testify to was Jane, I guess. Prosecutors. How did you know what to buy for Mr. Combs' Wild King night? Brendan Paul. We had shared a document in the Notes app. Prosecution. Who was responsible for the Astroglide? See what I mean? Man, we talking about fucking Astroglide, man. Are you kidding me? Who was responsible for the Astroglide? What? Is that, really though? This is kind of crazy now. It's getting kind of crazy because it's like, you already talked about it. We already know you use Astroglide. They showed pictures of it. Who was responsible for the Astroglide? This is, man, Paul, the property manager. I didn't think the 200 South Mapleton manager was good. So photo. Wow. Waste the taxpayers' money, y'all. As you can see, this is embarrassing, y'all. This is not meant to show any kind of RICO. If that were the case, why would they even ask about Cialis? Or why would they even ask about any erectile dysfunction medication? They want the world to know that if this guy beat this guy, he used Cialis. That's what they want the world to know. It has nothing to do with what they said it was about. Like I said, you see the guns, all of them was licensed. All of them had serial numbers that came back matching. Only one gun had the serial number scratched out. And they found nothing illegal done with that weapon. Why would they even put it on the news when they did the press conference? Think about it. Like, yeah, you found guns, and what? Is it illegal? Were they illegal? We come to find out during the trial, no. All of them were legal handguns. Where did they find them? In the security office. Right? Not in the children's room, not under the children's bed, not that the children could have access to them, and all of these other things. Right? Don't pay attention to that, though. Pay attention to where they got the Astroglide from. Pay attention to he used Cialis. Where would you put it? This shit is crazy, man. Wow. This goes to show you that you can indict a ham sandwich, y'all. You can indict a ham sandwich and try to convince the world that it's chicken when they called it ham on the indictment, letting you know that it was actually pork. You can do that. Crazy. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people, you find out who really rooting for you, man, when it comes down to, I think a lot of people don't speak out because of Cassie video, right? But like I said, once again, you really find out, because now if you speak out after the Cassie video, now you condone violence against women, right? When in fact, Jane testified that she pushed Diddy head up against the marble counter and all of that. Nobody would speak out against that or speak, in reference to that. I don't think violence is good from anybody, male to female or female to male. I don't think it's necessary. I think if you don't want to be with somebody, you can't force them through violence to do what you want them to do. You know what I mean? But like I said, violence is prevalent in a lot of people's relationships. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. You know, that's why every chance they got, they keep playing. They was playing the Cassie video, y'all. If you got to understand the, you know, I need you to convict him for domestic violence, but we're gonna call it a RICO case. Brendan Paul, I took the photo to show the manager how to lay out the Astroglide in her bedroom. Prosecution. How do you put it in? How he said? How do you put in for the cash? She see once again. She had already asked for. She had, once again. They're trying to focus on the money, but she had already asked for the cash. She said that for him or somebody else. Now she's asking. The prosecution is asking again, right? How you put in for the cash? Paul, Robin at TriStar, right? AUSA. Did Mr. Combs contact you from Wild King Nights? Paul, yes, by voice notes or FaceTime. Another side note, ladies and gentlemen, the judge denies the defense request regarding a sealed issue with juror. Judge Aaron Submaranian denied requests from the defense team regarding a sealed issue as to a juror. Submaranian did not elaborate, so it is unclear what the request was. In the past week, defense lawyers and prosecutors addressed an issue about juror number 7 under seal regarding communications with a former colleague about his juror service, according to a letter filed by the government. So, whatever it was, the defense get their situation. The defense, their request regarding sealed issue with the juror is basically denied. So, yeah, we have it on that side. Don't know what it was. They didn't tell us, so I won't make no speculative. I won't speculate on what it was and why it wasn't that it wasn't allowed. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is. We winding down, ladies and gentlemen. They said that Brendan Paul's direct would take about 90 minutes, the prosecution said. Brendan Paul, he called me to go get a sex outfit, but he never called me back. Prosecution. Now, notice, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably like on one occasion, right, that Diddy called him. So they got his phone, and they see some kind of call from Diddy calling him during the time that he probably was at Jane's house, a.k.a. Daphne Joy's house, right? And so Brandon Paul is basically saying he called me to go get a sex outfit, but he never called me back, right? Prosecution. How did you clean up? See now, notice the question that they asked. He answered it, right? So, but it's really a nothing burger, right? So he's given what he called him about, but then saying that he never called me back, right? And then the prosecution then goes into the next thing because it's really scattered all over the place, right? So she goes and she says, well, how did you clean up after, right? Paul said, I wore gloves. AUSA, why? Sanitary reasons. Prosecution. Is this a photo of a day? Is this a photo of the day of your arrest? Paul, yes. March 25th, 2024. Rented jet. Right? So, once again, he's saying they were getting on a rented jet. You know. Once again, ladies and gentlemen. So, pay attention, y'all. So in late October, this is also a side note. In late October or early 2023, Brendan Paul testified that he forgot Combs' Lululemon fanny pack when he went to go for a walk. That's when Combs told Paul, "I don't want to see your face," and called KK to tell her, "You're fired," Paul said. Paul recalled that Combs, a former chief of staff, Christina Karam, told him to lay low. Soon after, she sent Paul to set up Combs a London hotel room around Combs' birthday that year. Combs never discussed the incident with him again. Paul also said it wasn't a thing to talk to human resources about any issues. He said if anyone had an issue, they went to Combs or Karam. He can't really offer any. He doesn't have any information, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't have any information, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you right now. Check this out. Just came an objection, right? Watch this. Oh, so I think Brian Steele gonna get him. Brian Steele gonna do the cross-examination. There was just an objection launched. Right here, look. Prosecution. The cocaine you were arrested with, was it Mr. Combs? Combs, Brian Steele, objection. Judge sustained. Once again, earlier in the testimony, he said that he cleaned up Diddy's room. That's what I was trying to tell y'all. Early in the testimony, he said that when they arrested him, he had cocaine on him. He was like, yeah, I was ordered to clean up Diddy's room. Now, he didn't insinuate that it was Diddy's, but right here, he tried to, right? And notice, Brian Steele, sharp as a tack, right? AUSA, the cocaine you were arrested with, was it Mr. Combs? Brian Steele, objection. The judge sustained. Prosecution, was it yours? Paul, no. Prosecution, was it Mr. Combs? Steele, objection. Judge overruled. Paul, Mr. Combs, right? Okay, now, so I guess they found out, they established that. See what I mean? So now, once again, we know that Brendan Paul used cocaine. They're going to tear his ass up on cross-examination, y'all. Watch this. I don't think he's ready for it. I mean, for all that they can, cross-examine him about. But, because, I mean, he really can't testify. He was, you went to buy drugs, you cleaned up hotel rooms. He basically did what all the other assistants did. You know what I mean? So, like I said, once again, when you think about the big picture, I don't really understand what they're trying to get at. We gonna see. But this is a nothing burger, like I said, for all intents and purposes. You hear that's why I didn't put that in my title. The drug mule. Like, I'm not putting that shit, man. The drug mule. Drug mule. He was a dope fiend just like everybody else. He did cocaine and Adderall just like everybody else. The drug mule. No, he was part of the drug, the get high team. You know what I mean? That was his MO. He liked to get high too. Prosecution. What did you do after the arrest? Brendan Paul. A diversion program. Drug treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't even read that yet, but I just told you what it was, right? I told you he was a dope fiend. He liked to get high. He was on the train. The dope was free. He never had to pay for it. He was getting high and using it. And when the time came down for him to get busted, when they asked him, well, who drugs is these? You know what a motherfucker say. If they in your car, it belonged to him. Because they can't handle the weight now. Now the gauntlet has come down and he can't handle it. What did he do, ladies and gentlemen? What did you do after arrest? Brendan, a diversion program, drug treatment, right? Prosecution, no further questions. Judge Cross, Steele. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I told you they ain't had nothing. That was it. It didn't even last 90 minutes. Combs, Steele, you walked up to play basketball. He said you walked up to play basketball at Syracuse for an iconic coach. Paul, yes. Steele, you played UNC, but COVID ended it. Yes. Let's go. Brian Steele got him, y'all. And I don't expect this cross-examination to last long either because he didn't say shit. They made this look like he was going to say some shit, right? I told you he was a drug head. Right. Come on, y'all. Stop it. You getting paid $100,000 to do drugs, to party with people, and clean up hotel rooms and go get Astro Glide or make a run to the store, get some liquor, or get whatever, whatever it was that Diddy needed you to get. One of the easiest jobs in the world, under the circumstances. All you had to do was tell him, hey, man, you know what? I don't really get down like that. I think you need me sharp. And on my job, I don't think you need me, under the influence of any kind of drugs or dependent on any kind of drugs. You would agree with that, right? If he told me no, I would have quit. Because that would tell me the person that I'm working for didn't have my best interests at heart. And he was worried more about what he wanted than what it was good for me. And so from that perspective, that's what it would have been. And that's how it would have went down. Told y'all it wasn't nothing. That didn't even last 45 minutes, y'all. Or lasted about 45 minutes, if you will. So Brian still got him on cross-examination. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up button. Let them know we over here. Share it on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, wherever you can share, the feed about what we doing over here, Straight Game. Please do so. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see the people they put on? They put 2 girlfriends on the stand and trying to get a sex trafficking charge, y'all. Brendan Paul couldn't even testify to any money being, what's the name? Where the money would come from, right? But he don't know what the money was used for. So they alluded to that. So where did the money come from to pay the free calls? He don't know. Let's go. Here we go. Check it out. Let's go. Brian Steele at the wheel, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Steele cooking at the wheel. Cone Steele, you weren't just a drug mule, were you? Objection. Judge, overruled. Ooh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Brian Steele going in because, see, they characterized him, I told y'all, as a drug mule. I just told you, I'm like, what are they doing? Brian Steele, you weren't just a drug mule, were you? Prosecution, objection. Judge, overruled. Brendan, I was not just that. Steele, it was a minor part of what you did. Paul, absolutely. Steele, personal use? Judge, rephrase. Yeah. I told y'all about that drug use. See what I'm saying? Once again, trying to characterize Diddy, trying to characterize him as a drug mule, as if, this was something that, he did and it was totally against what was really going on. Nah. Nice try, though. I mean, I get it. I totally understand it. I totally understand it. I mean, that's all you did? You was a drug mule? That's it? Wow. You was a drug mule. That was it. Nah, you did more than that, player. He did more than that, player. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. Here we go. We moving on. They made this seem, ooh, the drug mule. And everybody basically described him as such. He wasn't no drug mule, man. Right? Combs Steele. The hotel nights were personal. Prosecution objection. Judge rephrase. Still, listen at all the objections. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. The defense never offered one objection at all during the prosecution's whole time that they did their direct examination. Look at how many objections they've launched so far. It's been about at least 3 or 4, right? What they trying to hide? They're supposed to be trying to get to the truth. Brian Steele, the hotel nights were personal. Prosecution, objection, judge rephrase. It was Mr. Combs and Jane relaxation personal, right? From your observation. Brendan Paul, yes. Steele, did you see Jane as hesitant? I did not. Boy, I told you Brian Steele coming with that motherfucking A game, man. He coming with that A game. Look, was she hesitant? Oh, no. She was not. She was with the business, just like we said, y'all. Huh? Miss Ty, Sandra Love, Mark Jag, welcome back. Sash Dre, Born King, SLLE 44, Ray Brown, Edward Green. Who was that? Andre Styles, Milk Mommy. Fatima Barrett in the building, always a pleasure. And all of the people who are not in the chat, who are watching from outside the chat, we appreciate you too. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Absolutely. Let's go. Brian Steele is at the wheel. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Combs Steele, if you saw non-consensual activity, you would not have worked there, right? Objection. See, every time he asks a question, they're objecting on every question, ladies and gentlemen. This goes to, I'm telling you, they're objecting, and know that the jury is noticing this. They already got one black juror removed, right? The jury is noticing this. Combs, if you saw non-consensual activity, activity, you would not have worked there, right? Objection, judge sustained. Still, you would not work for a criminal, or would you? Paul, no. Yeah, let's go. I told you, man. Look, Brian Steele is the shit, man. Click the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Click the share button. This is what you call real lawyering and real cross-examination, despite what they wanted us to believe. You know what I mean? It's one thing to say one thing. It's another thing to do what you say you're going to do, right? And be a man of your word, right? Brian Steele is a man of his word. He going to come in and handle the business, y'all. You see it right there. Brian Steele. If you saw non-consensual activity, you would not have worked there, right? Prosecution. Objection. Judge sustained. Steele. Okay, well, let me come back and go around the other way with it. Let's do it. You would not work for a criminal, or would you? Brendan Steele. Paul. No. So he's not a criminal. We've established that from one of his personal assistants, who y'all call a drug mule, even though he copped dope for him, got high with him, and did all of this other shit, right? That they gave immunity to. Come on, y'all. Steele, you care about your reputation. Yes. Man, look. Man, look. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to pay attention. For everybody who thinking that, they got a side, they got a feeling, they got an emotion, remove your emotions from this situation. Listen to what the prosecution is wanting you to believe, right? Versus listening to what actually is coming out. Brian Steele has asked all of 4 questions, and each question he's asked so far, they have objected to each fucking question. Right? And only to go around about it. Look, listen, and I think he's doing that on purpose. See, Brian Steele's so smart, he knows the questions that he can ask that would be somewhat appropriate, and the questions that the prosecution would draw objection to, right? And to do that on purpose, basically showing that the defense basically objected to nothing. But when he starts to ask his questions, the prosecution then turns around and objects to everything. Ooh-wee. Let's go. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up button. Share this. Share the feed on your Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or whatever have you. Very much appreciated. So and then they, like I said, they pushed him out as the drug mule, ladies and gentlemen. See how and in the media, everybody ran with that title, right? So if you don't know nothing about it, they say, oh, the drug mule. You coming in, you don't know. He just explained, nah, that wasn't his job as a drug mule. He was getting high too, right? Combs, Steele, you were arrested for 27 grams. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, he had 27 grams, right? A little under an ounce. 1 gram under an ounce, ladies and gentlemen, right? You were arrested for 27 grams, barely personal use. It was a mistake, right? Brendan Paul, yes. You see what he said, right? Barely personal use. I told y'all he gonna establish that personal use. He wasn't setting up shop trying to get it cracking, from auntie's house or one of his homegirls' house in the neighborhood. He wasn't doing none of that, right? Brendan Paul, yes. Steele, and the case was dismissed. Paul, yes. Did drugs make Sean more focused? Paul, he got extremely creative. Let's go. It's not, I told y'all, look at the title of my video. It's not working out for the prosecution, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, once again, you can see that Brendan Paul, when he first got up on the stand, that he was coached. He was giving up way more information than the question asked, if you will, right? You see it right here. Brian Steele, you were arrested for 27 grams, barely a personal use. It was a mistake, right? Brendan Paul, yes. Steele, and the case was dismissed. Like I said, once again, he got his case dismissed for 27 grams. Dude, back in the 80s, 90s, and even today, man, they was pinning dudes with 5 and 10 years in the black neighborhood, ladies and gentlemen. I just want y'all to know that. So while we sitting here looking at this and all of this, that, and the other, you had dudes that was getting caught with crack, right? 10 grams, 5 grams, and they were getting mandatory minimums, ladies and gentlemen. He got caught with 27 grams of powder, and they basically let him go. Right? This was the drug disparity rule that we were talking about as African Americans, ladies and gentlemen. So now they got Diddy on trial, trying to claim that what this guy was buying and all of the drugs that he had, they belonged to Diddy when they were in his possession. So when they were in his possession is 9/10 of the law, correct? This is what you make this a learning lesson. Possession is 9/10 of the law, right? Okay, so he got caught with 27 grams. Okay, it was for personal use. So why is it such a big ass thing that, did Mr. Combs use drugs? And blah, 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? When, in fact, the reality of it is he got caught with 27 grams, but the case was dismissed, y'all. So why in the hell we keep talking about whether Diddy used drugs and how much drugs he used if the 27 grams that Brendan Paul got caught with was dismissed? Pay attention. Pay attention, y'all. They was locking brothers up and giving them 5 and 10 years mandatory minimums, and it wasn't until Obama got in office where those mandatory minimums, and they passed a new law, right, got knocked off, and you saw a lot of people coming out of jail getting released based on that, the drug disparity versus powder versus crack cocaine, ladies and gentlemen. And you need powder to make crack. Let's be clear. It's a teachable moment, ladies and gentlemen, right? Hold on, check it out, y'all. They want sidebar now. Check it out. Combs, Steele, as you sit here today, Are you indebted to Mr. Sean Combs, Brendan Paul? Good experiences for the most part. Still, no further questions. A USA, the prosecution sidebar before redirect. Judge, yes. Simple. Y'all see Brian still done. Brian still done. 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 This was a nothing burger, ladies and gentlemen. The drug mule was not just the drug mule. You see it. Brian Steele says what? As you sit here today, are you indebted to Sean Combs, Brendan Paul? Good experiences for the most part. Still, no further questions. It was not the hell that they described it. It was not all of this. The dude got paid $100,000 a year to basically do what Diddy said, as far as going to the store, clean up the room for me, contact this person, make sure this is happening, go and run it and get this for me as a personal assistant, ladies and gentlemen. It was not the salacious bullshit that they wanted us to believe. Once again, be careful about the information that you digest. A lot of people are suckers for salacious shit, right? Right? But at the end of the day, the truth usually stands out and it'll prevail, but it's not focused on like when you hear the negative stuff, when you start hearing the negative stuff, right? Yeah, simple. So you see this case, right? They saying that Jane was trafficked. We know that she wasn't by her own testimony. They say that Cassie was trafficked. We know she wasn't by her own testimony and actions, right? We seen the Intercontinental Hotel video. We know what that was, domestic violence. We heard about other instances of domestic violence. We also heard about domestic violence being committed against a Sean P. Diddy Combs by Jane. But when that came up, once again, I'm just telling y'all, when that came up, it did not seem to get the same kind of attention and headlines as the video did. Why is that? Violence is wrong because it's wrong from either side, right or wrong, ladies and gentlemen. Right. So all of these fake people talking about, oh my God, that video was bad. But the girl said she smashed Diddy's head up against the what's her name. He never hit Jane, not one time, until she did that. Because she said she was jealous and mad that he had spent time with Gina. Right? Should that be allowed? They sold us a bill of goods, y'all. The drug mule. Wow, this shit is funny. It's really sad, man. It's really sad, man. It's really, really sad, y'all. It's really sad. This guy said, the case got dismissed. He got immunity. Like I said, man, I know dudes, like I said, that got caught with 3 or 4 or 5 grams of crack, man, and they did 5 years in prison. They didn't cut no slack. So if the American justice system is that and that about that, then the justice system itself got hell to pay. You know what I mean? I don't firmly believe that, but like I said, if that's what we dealing with and that's what we on, yeah, it's a whole nother world then. Yeah, it's a whole nother world, man. And like I said, for the 15 minutes that Brian Steele cross-examined this guy, the prosecution objected at least 5 times. Ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if that don't tell you what you need to know right then and there, then nothing will. It's just as simple as that. If that did not explain to you what was going on and what they didn't want you to know, then nothing will. They're supposed to be the ones trying to get to the truthful nature of the matter. But that's not what they do. They're trying to convict you with their side of the story. It has nothing to do with the truth. Point blank, period. So right now we waiting for them to do redirect. I don't know, like I said once again, I don't know what they're gonna do redirect on. You know what I mean? What they're gonna do redirect on, if you will. Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah. You heard it with you. Brian Steele said, you were arrested for 27 grams, barely personal use. It was a mistake, right? Brendan Paul, yes. It was a mistake, right? He made a mistake, you know what I mean? Steele. And the case was dismissed. Paul, yes. When possession is 9/10 of the law, right? He went to a diversion program. And like I said, I'm not against that. I'm not against Brendan Paul. Everybody has their problems, right? But it seems like when the problems are faced by African Americans, man, it's just weighed on a different motherfucking scale. It's not weighed on the same scale. Like I'm telling you, I've seen guys get 5-10 years for 5 grams of crack. And this guy had 27 grams. Right? You know, so, you know, people can do, oh, well, no. It's facts. These are facts. You know? And that's the way that that's the way that it was at the end of the day. So, you know, when we talk about that and dealing with that, it's a fact. So the fact that they're focusing on, listen, and right now we see it, it's in your face right now. The fact that he was arrested with 27 grams and they're basically sitting here trying to point out Diddy's drug use and all of these other things is preposterous. It's like, what? Did Mr. Combs use drugs? What kind of drugs did he use? Did Brandon Paul use drugs? Yeah, he said he used Adderall, cocaine, smoked weed, all of that, right? They all use drugs. So why is Diddy's drug use any more important than Brendan Paul's drug use? Or better yet, why is he up on the what's the name when he got arrested with 27 grams? He said it belonged to Diddy. We don't know that. He used drugs too. So it's what you want to believe. Do you want to believe that the 27 grams belong to Diddy? Or did they belong to Brendan Paul and he came like, yo, I got an ounce. I'm good. You know what I mean? We good. We going on the trip. We riding. You know what I mean? Already got an ounce. Don't even worry about it. Oh, you do? You know. Because one of the assistants talked about how he went and bought an 8-ball without Diddy's permission just so that he can be in good favor and he can have it already. So when Diddy asks for it, be like, oh, no, I already got it. You know what I mean? That oh, you do? My man. You know what I mean? Because you know the things that people like. And so he's trying to be appeasing, right? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. We know the game. They had everybody duped up. Oh, wait until tomorrow. The drug mule is going to testify. He ain't testified to shit. Only thing he testified to that he was a dope fiend too. And he was an assistant. And he went and got drugs for Diddy. And he used some of the drugs too. Amazing, boy. You know, and when the advantage is given out, they act like they don't even have an advantage. Oh, it's not an advantage. Oh, he just saying, you know what? He made a mistake. That's how you say how Brian Steele dealt with that. It was a mistake, right? Right. That's how it's usually supposed to be looked at. But right now, so you got drugs for Mr. Combs, right? You see how you can see it right there. The contrast is right in front of your face. You know what I mean? It was right there. Brian Steele put it out there right then and there. Like, yo, so if you don't want to see that, then you just don't want to see the truth. You just don't like Diddy. You just don't like, and I'm talking about facts. I ain't talking about your feelings. I'm talking about the facts that they're trying to present in this case and saying, yo, well, you know, you buying drugs for Diddy, or you was buying drugs for him, right? That was part of the RICO. That was part of this corrupt organization, right? Hell no. That was part of a fucking get high clan, group of people that like to get high. Somebody who had money, who at one time was, you know, at the top of the music world. You know what I mean? And he was doing freaky things with his girlfriend. And because he had a lot of money, he had a lot of people that he was directing and to do things for him. Simple. Shit's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. Still in the sidebar. Let me see if I can go get you some of this contextual information. Objection. Objection. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. We back. Let's get it. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Like I said, if hit the thumbs up. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Here we go. We back. They're on redirect. Now the prosecution is asking questions again. AUSA, did you know what was happening in the Wild King Nights? Brian Steele, objection. Judge rephrase. Prosecution, were you there? Brendan Paul, no. See, I told you he didn't know nothing. He didn't know nothing. Were you there? No, he wasn't there. He don't know nothing but no Wild King Nights. He was a runner. He wasn't a major player. You know what I mean? He wasn't the Punisher. The Punisher was there. Y'all already had him come testify, right? No, he wasn't there. Prosecution, what did you think of the $5,000 were for? Objection, sustain. Right, I told you, he did not know where the money was going either. He did not know. They want him to know. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a weak case. This is a weak case. Now they're trying to imply. Brendan, please tell us what you think about where the money was going. Brian Steele, objection, sustain. That would be speculation if he gave that answer, wouldn't it? Where did you think? Think. I think that's speculation. Anytime you think something versus you know something versus you were there to see it, it's speculation. A lot of people don't get that on YouTube. You know what I mean? It's a whole bunch of speculation, right? I get it. Like I said, it's very entertaining at times. But when you're in the courtroom, I've been telling y'all for a long time, that don't happen. You can't do that, right? Any good lawyer worth their weight in gold is going to crush that shit. You seen it right here. This is a master class, dude. If a person, if you wanted to be a lawyer and you wanted to understand how to practice law or practice case, right? Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Look. They tried to get him admitted. Look what happened, y'all. Watch this. Check it out, y'all. This shit didn't work. It didn't work. It did not work. AUSA, how did you feel about Mr. Combs, Brendan Paul? It's complicated. Prosecution, no further questions. Steele, look. The judge asked Brian Steele, recross? Steele, recross? No recross. Thank you. You may go, Mr. Paul. Brendan Paul leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it? Is that it? That's what they offered us? That's what they offered us, ladies and gentlemen. The drug mule, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who they got coming up next. Meantime, in between time, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not gotten the book, you need to check this out.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see who they gonna call next, right? So yeah, that was so lackluster, ladies and gentlemen. That was look. Once again, look, and I want you to pay attention to something, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to pay attention to this. Listen to me. So you just saw what you just saw. You saw it with your own eyes, every part of the testimony. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the thumbs up button. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys here. If you have not subscribed to the channel, like I said, please do. We just saw with our own eyes. With our own eyes. The testimony that was given in court in regards to someone saying, or the media and the prosecution and the government basically saying this guy was somehow an important witness, right? We just witnessed a guy who was Diddy's assistant. He was paid $75,000 a year starting off, $100,000 a year starting last January. He got a raise, right? We saw all of this. Now, what they tried to tell us versus what was really going on, right, are two different things. And so now that we understand that, now that we understand what actually happened and what was going on, we can see for ourselves this wasn't a RICO case. There were the drug. When you characterize somebody as a drug mule is somebody who would essentially work for, let's say, a cartel. And they would be bringing a substantial amount of drugs, let's say across the border or state to state or whatever. That's what you would call a drug mule. Somebody who would be getting paid to do that, right? That simply wasn't the case, ladies and gentlemen. It simply wasn't the case. So the notion that he was a drug mule was quickly knocked down by the defense, Brian Steele. Drug mule, that wasn't your only job, was it? No. He was hired as an assistant. He did some other things from that perspective, if you will, when you think about the big picture. But he was hired as an assistant. You know what I mean? And so once again, you can be made to hate someone that you should like or respect, right? You could be made to do that. This situation right here, from the perspective of just direct examination, cross-examination, dealing with the facts, it fell flat. Right? It fell flat. They wanted, and as you see with the last piece of testimony, right? Listen. And I want you to check this out, because this is very important, right? You see the last question, and let's go back to it. Check this out. You see the last part of the question that they put on, if you will. You see the question right here. Look, prosecution, did you give Mr. Combs $5,000 in cash? In another context, Brendan Paul, no. Ladies and gentlemen, they asked about the $5,000 first. They asked about if Brendan Paul knew what Diddy was going to do with the $5,000. The prosecution then asked, listen, did you give Mr. Combs $5,000 in cash in another context? Brendan Paul says no. The prosecution. You said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. Paul, yes. More than 5 times. Less than 10. Right? So now, look at what they're trying to imply. I just told you the shit that they did, and they've been doing it for years. Please put on your thinking cap for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to take into consideration that last statement, the last questions that she was asking. And I want you to wade through it. I want you to really think about what she just asked. This is our government, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Caucasian young man who Diddy gave a job to, he paid him $100,000. Everything that he did was under his job description, if you will. This is what he was, hired to do. Not ask a whole bunch of questions when they say, go do this. We're going to put you in contact with this person. Just go do, what you need to do. And that's it. Listen. And they're trying to paint him as a criminal. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, listen. AUSA, did you give Mr. Combs $5,000 in cash in another context? Brendan Paul, no. Prosecutors, you said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. Paul, yes. More than 5 times, less than 10. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not a drug mule, but let me address something else. Right? So if Brendan Paul went and brought drugs for Diddy and they're trying to, you said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. So would that make Mr. Combs a criminal? Or would that make Brendan Paul a criminal because he went and actually committed the action? Now, he can say whatever he wants. He can say, yeah, I bought drugs for such and such once he got caught. He admitted to Brian Steele under cross-examination that it was a mistake when he got caught with the 27 grams at the airport, right? But in fact, right? But in fact, they're about to call the next witness. But in fact, when you look at it, you said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs to commit criminal acts or personal drug use, right? Yes, more than 5 times, less than 10. So Diddy's a kingpin now because he was using drugs for his personal use. He's a criminal now, right? See how they, listen, Brendan Paul went and bought the drugs. Wouldn't he be labeled as a criminal? Minus who he was going to get him for. He was committing the criminal act of purchasing drugs. I give a damn who you was purchasing them for. Right? So when they say, you can see the personal disdain for Diddy, not the factual information. Wouldn't Brendan Paul be the criminal? So why would she ask that question? You said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. That would make Brendan Paul the criminal, not Diddy. I can ask you, go get me some weed, go get me some whatever, right? If you went and got it, you would be committing the criminal act if you got caught. When you got caught, you can tell them whatever you want. So this is a case of please believe what I'm telling you and not what's before your face or before your eyes. Right? So right now, I really needed to focus on that because like I said, when people watch this video, like I said, click the like button, click the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel if you have. When people rewatch this video, there are things that you want to be able to focus on that you're going to see. Once they tried to get him to admit that he gave Diddy $5,000 in another context. What Brandon Paul said, no. You see what I mean? They tried to get him to admit, were you there with the freak offs? No. He had nothing to offer other than the fact he got caught with 27 grams at the airport. But somehow, some way, his charge was dismissed. And the government had the nerve to ask him, you said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. Who bought the drugs? What's the criminal act? Is it the purchasing of the drugs, or who you say you were purchasing the drugs for? One comes before the other. The criminal act was the purchasing of the drugs, purchasing illegal narcotics, if you will. But more important, possession is 9/10. Who got caught with the drug? Diddy. Now, you can make that argument about the drugs that was found at Diddy's house when they raided his house. But they found ketamine, I think a little bit of cocaine, whatever, all for personal use. This is how so many people go to jail, man. Somebody go in the courtroom and be like, yeah, I did it for him. I did it on behalf of him and all of this. If Diddy's found guilty, Donald Trump gonna pardon him. It's the same thing. When you think about being evidence being presented, right? And so now I'm gonna move on because they're about to move on. They're about to call the next witness. First, they said they had to get some exhibits together, right? Check it out. Right? AUSA, play audio messages by Mr. Combs, Voice Combs. Have Jonathan do it. AUSA, Miss Karam replies, John will go to the hotel. AUSA, we have a bit more than we request a break. Judge, okay. A message is shown on the screen involving Veronica Bangs, then taken down. AUSA, a reading. Miss Ventura says, you bash my head in. See, once again, they're back to the domestic violence thing again, ladies and gentlemen. They don't have a case. They don't have a case. We already been over this, right? But we'll for goodness sake, we're gonna go over it again. You bash my head. Combs says, "You're crazy. Stop talking, flipping on me for what? We're taking a break, Miss Ventura. I don't want to be beaten down for standing up, or ever, right, Combs? I tried to figure out how to get this nut out or whatever. I don't even understand what that means. But we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to hear all that we need to hear in regards to what this is. You can believe that, right? Now, you can clearly see in some of the replies that Diddy was fucked up on drugs. Like I said, people trying to offer all of the, yeah, dude. Yeah. It didn't really matter how much money this guy had, man. At the end of the day, you dig? So, James Morgan in the building. Intelligent Hoodlum, Quan, Mark, Kane. Sash Dre, who else? Mo Better, Ray Johnson, Anna O'Keefe. Winters in the building, Bowen King, Mo Better, Corey Rude, or Rudd, King Willie, Hustle hard, most hated, Eves Hill. Eves Hill. We appreciate you, Eves Hill. We love you too. JP Six Gunner. Andre Styles. Anthony X. Milk Mommy. Eves Hill said, host, you're lying. Brian Steele, Diddy lawyer, got cooked on the defense. Yeah, according to you, Eves Hill, we believe you, but you need more people. You need more people, man. You need more people. Yeah, you're going to need more people for that one. We watching the gavel. I'm not giving no, it's not about, Mark, blessings to all. Yeah, well, like I said, we passed it. They ain't giving up no mistrial. They not giving up a mistrial. Brandon Carter, Ray Brown, what's good? Yeah, like I said, a lot of people don't really understand what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. They like I said, they told us that this guy, Brandon Paul, was this, this awesome witness. He would be able to and I told y'all, he didn't testify. Come on, man. Listen, you think Diddy gonna let him into his personal, private inner circle if he doing the things that we found out he was doing, dealing with Cassie and them, behind the closed doors? Absolutely not. It's embarrassing, right? And so, like I said, once again, yeah, some people do, Sean Keith, some people do need attention, right? And they'll try to get it wherever they can. KMU TV, 27 grams as a drug mule is crazy work. Right. That's all we trying to say, man. Like I said, we know dudes that did it, after years for 3 grams or 5 grams crack, man. Back in the early 90s, early 80s, late 90s, they was knocking dudes down. You know what I mean? There's people still in jail right now based on those crazy laws, man. So we already knew what it was about. That wasn't what it was really about. But okay, cool. Sandra Love, Levette did it. What's happening? Yeah, yeah, 1 gram under an ounce, right? Right, for personal use. And Brandon, he was gonna get his little cut from the. I think. Look, Brandon said he had 27 grams. I wonder if he ain't take a little gram for himself. Right? Crazy, man. Interesting though, right? Let me see where we at, ladies and gentlemen. So check this out. Here we go. Look. Prosecution still reading no witness on the stand. This is just what's being letting us know what's going on in the court. Miss Ventura, all I wanted was to have a good time, and you took all your anger out on me as per usual. You dragged me down the hall by the hair. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, they're back focusing on the tape at the Intercontinental Hotel, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, look, they're back focusing on the tape from the Intercontinental. That is domestic violence, man. Right? She's saying, listen, AUSA still reading, no witness on the stand. Miss Ventura, all I wanted to have she said, all I wanted was to have a good time. So she wanted to be with whatever was going on. And you took all your anger out on me as per usual. You dragged me down the hall by the hair. This is not play fighting anymore, right? Right? I was serious about Rita coming over. So we understand, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting a little bit of a picture and behind the scenes. She said, I was serious about Rita coming over. Now, we don't know who Rita is, right? We don't know who Rita is coming over. Prosecution still going on. Reading, Boris had to tackle you, Puff. That's not love. That's possession. I have bleeding cuts from Combs to Miss Ventura. I'm not going to let someone shit on my when all I've done is be nice. You don't treat me like the king. You was acting like a bitch. Right? So you can see the disenchantment between Diddy and Cassie. You can see the feelings and emotions of somebody not feeling like they're being treated like something, somebody complaining about something, right? And talking about, well, you dragged her down the hallway. We saw that. Can we get to the part where we see this racketeering? Because we've seen that. They keep pounding and pounding the thing about this tape. We've seen the tape. The world has seen the tape. We get it. It was a very volatile and violent situation at times based on the tape. We've seen no other violence. We've seen pictures, right? And we are believed to infer that from what we've seen, that there maybe could have been other acts of physical violence. But that is domestic violence, ladies and gentlemen. Diddy should have been locked up for that without a shadow of a doubt. Right? He wasn't. She didn't want to call the police. So what are they trying to get us to believe, man? So this is stuff that they were trying to get out, I guess, in bringing out the next witness that they're going to bring out, right? They were trying to get this out. And here we go again. The prosecution. May I confer with Ms. Garagos, judge, of course. Combs. Garagos, we need a break. Judge, okay. Hopefully they coming to try to offer some kind of deal, man, because this shit ain't going well for the prosecution. You know what I mean? At this particular point, if to get a win, I would offer a plea agreement. I would offer some kind of deal to Diddy. You know what I mean? You know, something involving probation, whatever, and, you know, right. Yeah, I don't know what, under what they charged him for, I don't know what it is that he could possibly plead to, that he would agree to, you know, under the circumstances that he would be happy with, if anything, right? That's just me, you know. I don't think he would agree to sex trafficking. You know what I mean? I guess it all depends on what it is. Like I said, you know, but none of those charges are, you know, seem to be, you know, something of a lesser that somebody would want to be able to plead to. So like I said, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we going to see what happens in just a few. Like I said, they taking a short break and then they're going to come back with the next witness, if you will, right? And we're going to see basically who that witness is. So yeah, it's like I said, it's very interesting. You know what I mean? And yeah. So like I said, who's that? Let me see who's this. Yeah, I think they'd be better off offering the plea deal, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the interview is over on the Art of Dialogue. If you have not, like I said, got the book, ladies and gentlemen. It's by a guy by the name of Donald Richardson, no relation to me. He was locked up in Rikers Island with Tupac. And he's telling a bunch of the stories that, like I said, none of us knew about. Like I said, the book is has gotten rave reviews. You can check out the interview that I did with Donald Richardson over on the Art of Dialogue. But like I said, check it out.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, cop the book. If you like reading, a good read, short read, but a good read. More importantly, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to basically get a chance to see what it is. Let me get back over here. Boom. Boom. So like right now, like I said, they're doing this, they're taking a short break right now. A couple of minutes, they're going to come back with their next witness. Should be very interesting, very, very interesting. Like I said, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to be right back. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the thumbs up button. Share this feed so we can get back into it for the next person that's up to testify, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for the donations. More importantly, your presence is appreciated. Like I said, all we asking for is your time, like I said, to sit down and really go over the facts, the gavel coverage, no speculation. You seeing it right here live as it goes on, giving you the information so you can be fully informed with the firsthand information and not what people are talking about out the side of their ass, if you will, right? So like I said, shout out again to China G, Anthony X in the building. Let's say Intelligent Hoodlum, Blue Lotus Blooming, Naman McKnight, Most Hated, Sean Keitha, Bronner, Milk Mommy, Ann and Lee, welcome back, Ann and Lee, Ray Johnson, RB, what's good, RB? Let me see who else. KMU TV, Born King, Dickie Leonard, James Morgan, Vicky Phelps, Poe the Great, Block Rockers in the building. Who else? Queen for Life, McCann, Cornell, Universal Ags winner. And like I said, all of the people that are outside of the chat, we appreciate you also. Like I said, you are definitely appreciated. Even if you have not subscribed to the channel, we ask that you do. And if you don't want to, that's okay too. Like I said, we appreciate you playing the spectator sport move. You know what I mean? That's a great thing too. Like I said, once again, I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go nowhere. We're going to get up with this next witness. As a matter of fact, hold on. Before I go anywhere, let me do this. Let me see something. Because sometimes these breaks are not really that long. Okay, hold on. We got something, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. with the jury out, Combs, Garagos, we want to read in the next page, Miss Ventura saying, I love our freak. Listen, y'all. I told you, look, there's no coercion, y'all. Look at this. So they're reading, the prosecution wants to read from what they want to read from, the things that they believe that are incriminating, right? Garagos says, this is with the jury out. The jury's not present at this particular time. Garagos, we want to read in the next page. Miss Ventura saying, I love our freak-offs when we both want them, right? The judge, they are in evidence, but for some reason, we are just reading these to the jury. There was no objection by the defense, right? Garagos, this leaves a prejudicial impression with the jury. Absolutely. Because they want to read the side that they want to read, right? But then now Tina Garagos is asking, well, we want to read the other part that she said, basically Cassie saying, I love our freak-offs when we both want them, right? And Garagos said this leaves a prejudicial issue, right? Impression with the jury. Judge, what's your basis for what you want to do? Garagos, we didn't know they were only going to read portions. See how slick the government are, right? I mean, the government is, right? We didn't know that they were only going to read portions. We thought they was going to read the whole thing. The judge, you just want to read 4 messages? Garagos, yes. You see what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Y'all see what's going on? So they submitted these messages in evidence, right? But what the defense didn't know, that they was just going to only read the part that they wanted to read, right? You know how people only tell the story that make them look favorable, makes them look honorable, if you will, right? They didn't know that the prosecution was just going to do that. They thought that, we thought they're going to read the whole thing because it talks about freak-offs. Ain't this about freak-offs? Oh, no. This is about coercion in the appearance of being coerced, right? This is not about Cassie Ventura saying in the message, I love our freak-offs. They don't want you to think that she loved it when that's the actual truth spoken in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the actual truth spoken in real time. Not what I want you to believe, not what somebody else telling you as a side note, right? Y'all get it? Absolutely. Why would you take a plea for 5 years? And like I said, once again, if you knew that what you were doing, like, yo, hold on. I didn't make nobody do nothing, right? You see it, Anthony X, you see it. They only want you to see what they wanted you to see. Don't look at that. Look at this. So listen, I want you to, because for the people who really not understanding what's going on, Tina Garagos says, we want to read the next page of the messages that the government submitted and that they admitted that they submitted in evidence. Listen, Miss Ventura is saying, I love our freak-offs when we both want them. The judge basically saying they are in evidence, but for some reason, we are just reading these to the jury. Right? Listen. So the judge kind of has a problem with it too. Like, hold on, they're in evidence. But for some reason, we just reading these to the jury. There was no objection by the defense. Right? So the defense didn't object to this being in. Right? They let it be in. Right? Jeannie Garagos says, this leaves a prejudicial impression with the jury. Judge, what's your basis for what you want to do? Garagos, we didn't know they were only going to read portions. We thought they was going to read the whole thing. So if they're going to read portions, then we want to read the other portions so that it's fair, right? The judge, you just want to read the 4 messages? Garagos, yes. Okay, that don't seem unfair. That seems fair, right? There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You can see clearly what the government is trying to do. And it's not working. Great attorneys Diddy got on his team. So, yeah, this is crazy, man. Ben Frank, what's good? Pleasure. Welcome. QP said the judge is extremely biased, man. Shit make no sense. I hope the jury sees this too. He didn't ask the prosecutors that question, but now he does it with the defense, with jury there. Yeah, like I said once again, man. We getting what it is, man. This is the American justice system, man. They say it's the greatest in the world. James Isler, what's happening? Yeah, I'm looking at these, seeing if they coming back in, right? So So here we go. Look, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I don't think the judge. I think the judge is trying to be, his best that he possibly can. You know what I mean? Under the circumstances. You can see right here, the judge basically said, I think it's fair for the defense to read the 4 messages. The prosecution, I didn't intend to be misleading. Yes, she did. See, now she's copping to it. Judge, the prosecution, I didn't intend to be misleading. So if your court is saying these 4 should be read, I should be the one to read them. Judge, fine. Now we'll break, right? Once again, she doesn't listen. She doesn't even want Garagos to read them, ladies and gentlemen. But Garagos can read them. Like I said, I don't know who they're calling on cross-examination. I mean, for this next witness. But listen, y'all, listen to this, ladies. You see it right here. If you didn't intend to be misleading, why are you apologizing for not being misleading? Right? Or even mention the fact that what you're doing could have been misleading, right? The judge, I think it's fair for the defense to read the 4 messages. The judge said that the defense to read the 4 messages. The prosecutor said, I didn't intend to be misleading. So if your court is saying these 4 should be read, I should be the one to read them. Judge, fine. Now we'll break, right? Notice Garagos didn't argue about, oh, no, we should read them. Once again, they caught the prosecution out there, basically trying to do what they said that they weren't trying to do, right? I didn't intend to be misleading. So what did you intend to be then? Right? And they were hoping that they wouldn't even recognize the fact that these needed to be read from that perspective, if you will. You see what I'm saying? Oh, so if you look in further, and then you see where, Cassie is saying, I love the freak off. I love our freak offs. She loved it when we both agree to do them, right? Oh, okay. Cool. What's this other stuff then? So, there you have it. So now they're going to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a break. Don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. Oh, hopefully it's going to get exciting with their next witness and the reading of these messages, as well as the cross-examination of the next witness, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Let's go. AUSA, let me read again. I had read the wrong version of Miss Ventura, right? And just after the jury enters, let me read it again. I had read the wrong version. Miss Ventura to Mr. Combs. You want to party and have a good time? I have to focus on or I'm ever becoming anything, right? You treat me like a hooker for 10 years. I love our freak offs when we both want it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, so it has come to light that the prosecution basically read a whole nother message and then came back and said I wasn't trying to be misleading. Wow. Amazing. Boy. Some people are inherently evil, man. It is like I said once again, some people are evil, man. And we cannot overlook some people are just inherently evil. You know, even though they come under the guise of being supposedly being upstanding citizens and all of these other things, ladies and gentlemen, some people are inherently evil, man. You see it. I don't have to say nothing. Some people are inherently evil, man. You see earlier, she was saying, I wasn't trying to be misleading. Right? Prosecution, let me read again. I had read the wrong version. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Out of all of the things that they want us to believe that they done so far as the prosecution, now all of a sudden you did the wrong version. Miss Ventura to Mr. Combs. Miss Ventura to Mr. Combs. You want to party and have a good time. I have to focus on or I'm ever becoming anything. You treat me like a hooker for 10 years. I love our freak offs when we both want it, right? The government calls Joseph Cielo from Homeland Security Investigations. 18 years. How many records have you received for the charts in this trial? Cervello, thousands. Prosecution. What is the only female name in this chart? Cielo, Jane. Okay. So we talking about Jane again, ladies and gentlemen. It got us hyped up on Brandon Paul, right? To only come back with a Homeland Security Investigations agent. 18 years. Kathy Rose in the building. Welcome back. So Kathy Rose, when you talk about Cassie lied, what do you mean by that? Something new I probably haven't heard of before? What's that? So how did she lie, Kathy Rose? I'm asking. Is it something new or something that we heard before? Just trying to figure it out. Windex Files was good. Cut Creators was good. So what did she say? That she didn't say that? I mean, I'm confused. I mean, I've heard. I didn't hear the audio, but I mean, we watched the testimony when they were playing the audio and they were asking, was that her saying that, right? So I'm just trying to figure out where did she lie at when she, what did she say when she lied? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution, turn off the public screen. All these exhibits must be provided by Monday, June 23rd. No time given, will be on alert and publish. Prosecution, what's the name of the hotel? The witness, One Hotel, South Beach, Phil Pines, 5/22/23. I guess it's a receipt for $3,050.90 for one night. So $3,000 a night at the One Hotel, and that was the bill. We don't know if it was room service, whatever, all of that other stuff that one could accumulate on in a hotel. So the I guess the receipt, $3,050.90 for one night. But they already knew it. But like I told y'all before, they don't care about Cassie saying that she was gonna kill somebody, y'all. They don't, man. Look, man, the government overlooks shit all the time, man. They don't care about her saying that. She said, SLE 44 said Cassie is the madam of the immunity crackhead. JoJo's in the building. No, like I said, once again, the prosecution claimed they made a mistake in reading the wrong message, if you will. To me personally, I don't think it was a mistake. I think, like I said, whatever they can try to get away with, they're gonna get away with. If your lawyer is not smart enough to object to what it is that they're trying to do, then that's to the detriment of the their client, if you will. So I think it's kind of crazy, but hey, Milk Mommy says Diddy is a criminal before he was even been convicted. But we won't argue that. That's what Milk Mommy said. Nancy Nicole in the building. Absolutely, Nancy Nicole. See, that's most people. Like I said, people don't understand that. It's like they don't care. She could have actually killed somebody, and they still wouldn't care. Like they gave her immunity. If they gave her immunity, there ain't nothing they can do. It would be at that particular point, dead bodies don't count. Well, it wasn't even so much as they asking him, did he wear gloves? The fact that they asked that did Sean P. Diddy Combs use Cialis, erectile dysfunction medication. Like, what did that have to do with what was going on, from that perspective? Some people, Milk Mommy's just in here just saying anything, man. Some people want attention, man. And then that's a real thing, man. If they're not the center of attention, they're not happy. So, we don't even deal with stuff like that. So I guess once again they're going over hotel receipts. They gave us, like I said, once again, one can hype you up, man. They gave us what was considered to be the drug mule, right? It wasn't a drug mule. He was a functioning drug addict himself on the job, ladies and gentlemen. So the prosecution. And this flight, the witness says, Jane by JetBlue from New York to Miami. Prosecution, with this public screens off, play the Instagram videos. Loud music. Prosecution, does the metadata match up? The witness says yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand something. She just asked about metadata, right? And this is where you can kind of see that this shit is not really what it's supposed to be, and I'm going to tell you why. So when Brianna Abongdalen testified, right, that the situation happened, or they used the metadata from Brianna's phone about her bruises in reference to Sean P. Diddy Combs allegedly hanging her off the balcony, it was said to have happened on the 26th of September, right? They used the metadata. Right now, the prosecution is asking about an Instagram video, right? And the prosecution is asking, does the metadata match up? And the witness for the Homeland Security is saying yes, right? So when it was proven by the defense that the data didn't match up, right, to what it was that was but Brianna's testimony, right? It proved that Brianna basically lied or gave incorrect testimony. And where I pointed out the fact that Cassie lied was the fact that Cassie basically said that she had witnessed Diddy hanging Brianna over the balcony, right? When it came out later in a text message with Christina Karam, that in fact that wasn't true, and that Cassie had found out later, because she basically said, oh, this is what I found out. Not that I was there to see. So they're going on metadata now, but when the metadata didn't match up to what the prosecution was trying to say, right, it didn't matter. So why does the metadata matter now in the metadata matching up to this Instagram video? And this is where I have a problem. This is where the inconsistencies come in relation to this case. It's crazy. So it's kind of like we want to be selective about the information that we take on versus, or basically, should I say selective about the information that we pay attention to. The metadata in this Instagram video matters, but the metadata involving that picture with her saying this is the day that it happened and she was bruised that the prosecution submitted as evidence. Oh, it doesn't matter. It could have happened the day before. Or she was using drugs and blah, blah, blah. Like I said, everybody doesn't get that argument, because when Diddy and them tried to argue that, it was shot down. They said, hey, we want a mistrial. She lied. She said it happened on this day. It couldn't have happened on this day because Diddy wasn't even there. He was in New York at the time. But no, better yet, he was in New Jersey at the Bad Boy reunion tour, right? Hey, only facts, it's pesky old facts, man, that most people not paying attention to. Jojo, you Johnny come lately, Jojo. You Johnny come lately. You coming late. We know that evidence is not facts, but they're being presented as facts, right? This is the metadata, the date, the time, for what it's presented as. It's to be taken under scrutiny by the jury or judge, whichever kind of trial you have, and we understand that. But I'm talking about the fact of the matter that the metadata matches up for what it says it matches up for. It's not whether it's a question whether it's a fact. It's how it's being presented, and if it's being taken from one person as meaning one thing, right? Then it should be taken the universal way as all information, especially dealing with metadata, right? Should be taken as for what it is and for what the person is offering it as. Not somebody's interpretation after the person is found out to have lied. We'll interpret this as her, but she was getting, using drugs. It could have happened on another day. No, they came in and offered the metadata as this date and saying that it happened on this date, period. Okay, cool. That's what they said. They're sticking with that. That's evidence on their part. Not that it's fact, but that's evidence that they're saying is factual as to when something happened. Simple. Now, I wouldn't say that he was too high to lift her up to do anything, but I mean, you can almost see that Diddy was too strung out on drugs to be trying to run some racketeering organization. But they don't want you to look at that either. That part, they don't want you to see that. They just want you to see what they want you to see now. You got to understand that. This is the society that we live in, man. News only shows you what they want to show you. You know what I mean? If they want to manipulate it to you, that's what they're going to do. And most of the people going to sit back and they're going to believe it because they don't know what else to do. They don't know what else to believe. It's just that simple. A lot of people have lost the ability to to be critical thinkers, man. $3,000 for a hotel night is not crazy. Not at all. Depending on, like, you have room service. Did you order champagne? This is a high-end hotel. Did you order champagne, Dom Perignon, various other types of things? That's not, there's levels to things, right? For the average person, yeah, $3,000 is crazy for one night in a hotel. But like I said, if you had a party, get 3 bottles of champagne, you know what I mean, whatever have you. No, it's not. It's not a lot at all. You had what? You ordered breakfast. You know what I mean? Did you go down and do they have a restaurant at the hotel? Did you order dinner? Did you eat dinner that night? Of that night of that day? All of that. You know what I mean? You got to take into consideration all of that. Say delusion from inclusion, huh? Like I said, once again, you see how long it's taken them to basically post it, because it's a bunch of rhetoric, man. It's a bunch of rhetoric, man. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We appreciate it. Yeah, it's they don't really have anything more, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think that they should. I say I don't think that they have anything more from a witness standpoint that's of any real substantive information, if you will. That's just me. Like I said, they back to the Homeland Security people. They didn't get no evidence. If they would have got evidence, you best believe they would have put the strong evidence on before. This is a bunch of hearsay, ladies and gentlemen. This whole case, when you really break it down for what it's worth, is hearsay. It's based on hearsay, right? They got hotel receipts that don't prove anything. They tried to get Brendan Paul to admit that some kind of about where the 5,000 went to, and the $5,000 and all of that, and where the money went to, and he couldn't testify. He didn't know. It was objected to. It was sustained by the judge. So they were trying to be slick and misleading once again, but their whole claim is, oh, that's not what we're trying to do, Your Honor. You know what I mean? But that's basically is what they're trying to do, or what they've been trying to do, should I say. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution. What's the name? HSI, that witness. Jessica Ruiz, Mr. Combs, a travel agent. A prosecutor. What was the charges for losses and damages? $6,000. Prosecution. Who flew on this one? Jane and Cabral. Jane from LA to Miami to LA. Prosecution. And Cabral from Atlanta. So they're basically presenting evidence, or receipts, should I say, based on charges for losses and damages for $6,000. And who flew on what flight, and all of these other things. So flights and people flying from different places. So they're trying to show somebody flying in from somewhere, and they're basically trying to allude to that every time that Cabral or Jane or wherever she was flying from, LA to Miami, and from to LA, Atlanta, from Cabral, I guess, they was flying in to do a freak off or whatever. I know, huh, Letitia? Letitia said the government, go ahead and rest your case. It's like, yeah, they keep grappling back at the same thing. Like I said, they read the messages, and they read the wrong messages, but then at the same time, they not trying to be misleading, But yeah, they are trying to be misleading because they just trying to infer to what they're trying to infer to. It's like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with you, Kishana. Basically, I'm sorry, Kiana. They losing the jury. They're being repetitive because there's really no evidence, to be perfectly honest, right? You know, I mean, I like I said once again, if there's something, please show it. They showing us hotel receipts, saying who was flying on what plane. So basically, this is a side note. The agent's testimony focuses on chart with 44 entries from 2021 to 2024. So basically, they're dealing with Jane. You know, all of that's basically dealing with Jane, if you will. A special agent from Homeland Security Investigations explained the chart includes locations, individuals' names, and transportation records associated with different dates and ranges. Uh, so, you know, basically, he's reviewing the records, the charts of evidence compiled by the prosecutors confirmed the information, and the charts corresponds with the underlying exhibits, which include thousands of pages of text messages as well as phones and financial records. He said that the 44 entries on the charts range from May 2021 to August 2024, and the only woman's name on the charts is Jane, one of the accusers in the case. It also says he said before accuser Ventura lawsuit was filed, most of the locations were hotels. After the lawsuit was filed, none of them were at hotels. Said there were three of these events after Combs posted an Instagram video on May 19th, 2024. So, after Diddy apologized on Instagram for the video with Cassie, right? They're saying Diddy had 3 more freak offs after that, dealing with Jane. So let that be noted. He had 3 more freak offs after the May 19th Instagram video, 2024. Remember, Combs apologized for physically assaulting his then girlfriend Ventura 2 days after the CNN published the exclusive hotel surveillance video from 2016, in which Combs appeared to grab and shove and kick and grab and kick her, right? He testified that the charts do not include every time Jane or Combs were at a particular location, but these were the instances with so they saying basically Diddy had 3 freak offs after the Cassie video with Jane, if you will. Remember, like I said, they were still in a relationship when he was arrested, and he's also still paying her bills, if you will. That was a side note, ladies and gentlemen. So, note, check this out. Note, while USA and Corella go back and forth about exhibits that are not being shown to the public, here's one Jane message the prosecutors just belatedly made available. Y'all see that? From blank number to 917. They don't give a damn about the other person number, the owner, right? It's like, he said, you wanna get a party going before you spend the weekend with a boring chick? See that? Huh? You see that? You want to get a party going before you spend the weekend with a boring chick. This is a letter. Here's one Jane message the prosecutors just belatedly made available. Right? So, once again, she's asking, I believe she's asking Diddy, do he want to get a party going before he spend the weekend with a boring chick? Ladies and gentlemen. Wow. But hey, you know what I mean? We don't know what we talking about. So you see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up button, please. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. We appreciate your time. More importantly, yeah, here we go. So the prosecution just made this available just now, y'all. Go figure. Here we go. Check it out. Prosecution. Who is this? A hotel damage report at London Hotel, room 229. The report says bodily fluid spread on the floor. Pictures attached as evidence. Prosecution. Names column. Jane, Combs, Reggie, Paul, and Cabral. Wow, sound like they had a wild night that night, ladies and gentlemen. That's just crazy. But you see, as you see the message, you want to get a party going before you spend the weekend with a boring chick? That's Jane to Diddy. Or to one of the workers or whoever. The fact that she would say that, once again, wasn't coerced, wasn't forced. You know, it's crazy. Yeah, Milk Mommy could be Nancy Grace. We never know, man. People be hiding behind fake accounts, man. It's crazy. They say anything nowadays, man. Yeah, cut creators. I was thinking the same thing. I wonder who the boring chick is. Like I said, you see that Jane was constantly felt like she had to be in competition, man. So we not even supposed look. We not even supposed to see that, right? That's why they dropped the message so late. Another side note, ladies and gentlemen. Here right here, just docketed in the Southern District of New York, a not Diddy, a Sophia Marks, charged with selling drugs that killed Robert De Niro's grandson, just has retained new counsel. Like we were just talking about, man, drugs don't care who you are, who you related to, man. None of those things. It's crazy. Like I said, once again, we know that they would, like I said, we know that Jane participated in freak-offs, Diddy participated in freak-offs. We know about the people that participated in the freak-offs. I mean, okay, cool. It's like they got to try to keep beating it in the jury's head. Look, they participated in freak-offs. And blase, blah, you know? When they got, I think the prosecution was kind of beside themselves when Brian Steele got Brendan Paul to admit that he would never work for a criminal. They were like, objection. Like, wow. They want somebody to be something so bad that it you can see that the personal, it becomes no longer I'm a lawyer trying to prosecute this case, but you see the personal vendetta, if you will. Like I said, I get it. Diddy's a domestic violence. He's an abuser. We've seen the Cassie tape. Like I said, offer no excuses for him for that. That's who he is. You know, he's a cuck from what we understand, and you know, the freak off thing is what gets him off. All of those things are true from the evidence or from the presentation of allegations that have been set forth. You know what I mean? Nobody's here trying to offer him an excuse. But like I said, once again, racketeering and all of those things, we're still trying to wait and see, you know, what we can see. Ladies and gentlemen, they taking a little bit of time. This is usually when lunchtime happens. Like I said, but we're gonna see what they talking about. Because like I said, it's taking a little bit of time for them to really come back and give us what they need. Or give us what we need, or what we're hoping to get, should I say. So what I'm gonna do is this. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, if you haven't got the book yet, here it is. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. Like I said, I have prior engagements. More importantly, check this out.
They said Tupac was untouchable, but behind the walls of Rikers Island, he was just a man, wounded, watching his back, and wondering who he could trust. He survived bullets, betrayal, and isolation behind bars. But what happened inside those walls has never been told until now. In the darkest corner of Rikers, he found betrayal and a brotherhood no one saw coming. These dudes smiled in my face, then flipped and tried to kill me, and I never saw it coming. They were Puff's security, Biggie's muscle, Henchman's people, and Tupac knew exactly who sent them. This is the side of Tupac Shakur the world never got to see, told by the man who lived it with him, not in the studio, but in a 6x9 cell. The rap battles, sex and drama with female guards, the tears, the silence after Jada Pinkett's visit, and the moment Tupac almost broke. Before Death Row, before All Eyes on Me, before Machiavelli, there was Rikers. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, available now on Amazon. Get your copy. Learn the truth.
ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the court ended early today. Unfortunately, but fortunately, I guess. Unfortunately for Diddy, as he got to go back to his cell. Fortunately for us, like I said, the second half of the court situation was kind of lackluster, if you will. They really didn't cover much. And so, like I said, once again, it was what it was, but it really was nothing. And so, yeah, like I said, with that, I guess we on for Monday. As you see with this last, what's the name, said, and from the prosecution, said, and these between Paul, Arthur, and Combs, then Jane, basically Arthur Fitness, LLC, ATM deposit of $900. Then $600 in this, Torello, more hotel damages. Fahim's cell phone was seized. Yes. And then it came back. This right here. In the city press, basically talking about, once again, always fighting for the freedom of press and freedom of information to be available, if you will. And so this is basically what it's been. So that right there. Then we go with this here. The drug mule, as you see right there. And then you see right here where it says, basically, the court has been adjourned. More importantly, I'd like to thank everybody for staying tuned, all of the people that are watching now. And like I said, thank you very much. We'll try to get back on Monday, see what they got going on. I'm so anxious to wait to see what the defense position is going to be when they start telling their side of the story on Diddy's behalf, if you will, and to see what the prosecution, how they work out and they cross-examine and deal with these issues, if you will. So like I said, I appreciate everybody for tuning in, all of the people who stayed down and dirty. They, unfortunately ended court early today. I think one of the jurors had a graduation or something like that to attend to, if you will. And so they ended it early today, as you can see. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time, your patience, and all of that. Your boy DELRAY is straight game.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.